Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. It is singles final day at the tournament, and we have 3 exciting matches for you coming up on centre court. The first match is the quad singles final between the top seed and 2020 US Open champion Sam Schroeder and defending quad singles champion in 2019 and third seed Niels Vink. They're contesting the all-Dutch quad singles final in the 30-year history of the British Open. Following the conclusion of the quad singles final, next up is the #1 seed Dieder de Groot from the Netherlands and the third seed Great Britain's Jordan Wiley, preparing to face each other for the third time this year to battle for the women's singles title in Nottingham. And later this afternoon, not before 1:30 local time, our final match on centre. It's the men's singles final featuring world #1 and top seed Shingo Kaneda of Japan and second seed Alfie Hewitt. This match is the pair's first career meeting at this year's British Open. But now, without further ado, let's get things going on this last day of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship Tournament. Please join me in welcoming our quad singles finalists, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink from the Netherlands.
Good morning, tennis fans, and welcome to another bumper lineup then on today's order of play. Centre court brimming with 3 mouth-watering finals. Gorgeous weather up above as well. Really very pleasant playing conditions. Not as blustery as it was yesterday. The flags aren't fluttering, and our players almost ready for the coin toss. Quad singles final, top seed Sam Schroeder, the left-hander, taking on his compatriot and doubles partner as well, Niels Vink. Good friends, these two, and well, both a big part of the booming next generation of Dutch players. As we take a look at Sam Schroeder. Had a really good tournament so far. The 21-year-old from Gilles. Ranked 2 in singles, 6 in doubles, the left-hander. Yet to win a title this year. And 3 years senior to Niels Vink, who's just 18 years of age. This is their 10th meeting. They've met 9 times before. Niels Vink leads the head-to-head 5-4, and Niels, the sort of seeded underdog here, if you will, at third, has won the last 2 showings between these two, but this left-hander has had a very bright future, and they won the first all-Dutch quad singles final in the 30-year history of the British Open. These two, it's the first time they've met. And there is Niels Vink, bidding to retain the title he won as a 16-year-old on his Super Series debut here in 2019. He was overcome with emotion back then when he downed Andy Lapthorne. That was quite a moment, I remember that. It was indoors. Here he is a couple of years later, just 18, from Helmond. Ranked 4 in the singles, 5 in doubles, which means now that he can actually contest Grand Slams on a regular basis because he's into the top 4. He's won 5 titles this year, which is quite a coup when you consider that Sam, the top seed here, hasn't actually secured a title yet this year, but he has played more Grand Slams, hence the heady ranking. Yeah, so Niels Vink became the youngest winner of a quad singles Super Series title then, winning here in 2019, downing Lapthorne in that final. And as I say, he's won the last 2 in their previous 9 matches. Quite convincing as well. They played at the Open des Hauts de France this year, as they did in the French Riviera Open as well. Both main draw showings, both outdoors on clay. Once in the semi, then again in the final. 6-2, 6-2 in the first, 6-1, 6-3. So Vink has had a clear recent stranglehold over this encounter, but this man has been out with his coach, Jupp Brun, hitting a lot of balls on centre to settle him down. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they go. He's quite a shy, retiring kind of guy, avoids eye contact. He's just low-key, that's just the way he rolls. Niels is a little bit more confident, Anna, isn't he? A bit more self-assured somehow.
A little bit more outgoing, like we saw in the doubles yesterday. Sam, like you said, is more the calm, relaxed sort of guy, so it'll be interesting to see the differences in their personalities out here today.
Yeah, so the world number 4 and 3rd seed in your picture, Niels Vink. He's very much at the start of his Grand Slam tennis journey, really. He debuted at the semi-final showing at the Australian Open in February of this year. So once he starts getting in, Anna, to more Grand Slams, which he now will with his ranking, he will get a lot more world ranking points. And I'll tell you what, I actually think he's going to bounce pretty quickly up to 2 in the world, really. That's what I project. So it's going to be interesting how this one unfolds. Will Sam Schroeder, the 21-year-old, all in white at the top of your picture, be able, as top seed, to keep the younger Dutchman at bay? It's going to be a tough ask, but both have big serves, big forehands. And this man, far quieter, just goes about his business. But he will take on the defending champion, 3 years younger, the other end. So the top seed taking on the 3rd seed in this one, as they just hammer down a few serves. He's got a lot of energy, this fella, hasn't he? He won the doubles title yesterday alongside Sam. Downing, Lapthorne and Cottrell in it fairly comfortably. But he was like a blur of energy, wheeling around at real speed. And he's positive. You know, he was sort of captaining the side with high fives and lots of good communication. And, you know, I find that quite endearing about him. He's just got that winning vibe.
That youthful exuberance as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's easy to forget he's only 18 years old.
Exactly. And another thing as well, Anna, on that basis, being so young, there's no emotional scar tissue, is there yet? You know, he's not been on the downside, you would imagine, at sort of 18 of any like, oh, I served for it at 5-2 in the 3rd, but lost out in a tiebreak. So, you know, it's all been upside, really, for Niels Vink. But the test will come today against Sam Schroeder. Lefty-righty clash, always good to watch. So just confirmation of what we're bringing you then. Sam Schroeder against Niels Vink in the first of our British Open Wheelchair Tennis Champs finals on final Sunday here. Top seed against the 3rd seed in this all-Dutch clash. First time it's ever happened in the history of the British Open. You're in the company of Anna Smith and Paul Hand. Great to have you along. Let's settle back and enjoy this one unfolding. I hope it lives up to its billing. There'll be early nerves, you'd imagine, between these two dear friends and doubles partners. So much up for grabs here. Defending champion to get this one underway.
First set, Niels Vink to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15.
So beautiful back behind from Sam Schroeder. It was a very long practice that he had out here with his coach prior to this match. They were out there a long time, running a lot of different set plays. Then coming to the net very often for discussion quickly, what he could tweak. A lot of thoughts gone into this. Niels Fink was likewise just playing over on the left of your camera on court 5. He was warming up. Didn't want to share a court particularly.
I always like watching players warm up routines as well. They vary so much. Some players like to be out there for a little bit longer. Others prefer a shorter, sharper warm up, don't they?
Yeah, I think these most players are quite sort of creatures of comfort, aren't they? And they kind of do what they do most days, I think. It's all quite ritualistic as it is pre-serve as well, which is always entertaining. Sweep of the hair. Super spreading of the court from Sam Schroeder, who's fist pumping already. Schroeder breaks immediately. Niels Fink releases the ball to the corner of the court. They grab their towel and wheel around. One love to the top seed, an immediate service break. Then he'll be pleased with that, and perhaps he can sort of, you know, point that down to the fact that he prepared so well with his, you know, on court prior to the final, his warm up. But Sam Schroeder made a spectacular Grand Slam debut at the US Open in September of last year. He recovered from losing to world number 1 Dylan Alcott in the first round of the group phase, then went on to beat the Australian in the final. Quite a turnaround mentally there. Both these players, of course, trying to bid to take the double sweep, having won the doubles as well. First all-Dutch partnership to win the quads doubles title here in Nottingham. Really nice. Deadly accurate off that backhand wing. He's got a lot of acceleration to his game, this young lad. Indeed, they both have.
Pretty far behind the baseline as well, wasn't he? To be able to generate that spin and that racket head speed from so far and hit a clean winner is pretty impressive.
But worth reiterating as well, Sam was born with split hand, split foot syndrome. So, you know, his hands and feet developed abnormally. His 3 toes on each foot, missing most of his fingers, and as a result, you know, I think it's just amazing how, Anna, we were discussing, weren't we, how quickly he gets around in the chair, given that as well, you know, all he's had to grapple with. And we were talking as well about the pad that he has between his racket and his hand that just helps him grip the racket more effectively.
It is amazing the strength of grip he can get, isn't it, as well, to be able to generate the racket head speed and the pace on the board that he does. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, and each of these players have had their own journey, their own stories, you know, to get here. They each find answers, solutions, and that is what sport is all about. And it was interesting when this fella had, you know, so many issues. I won't labor what happened to him, his history, but he said that tennis was his medicine through all of it, really, just kept him going. Desperately wanting to get back out on court and play again. As Niels Vink breaks the Schroeder serve. They bring parity to the early stages of this opening set out here. You'll notice a lot of traffic, particularly going cross-court towards the Vink backhand, because he has got such a telling forehand. So vicious is that racket head speed. He really likes to get hold of that forehand and clout it. Nicely done.
It's like a knife through butter, wasn't it, that slice?
Really got hold of that very aggressively. And it's quite a coup for him now, having playing here off his career high ranking. He's worked so hard to get that ranking up. Now he's top 4 in the world, which means that he looks set to make his US Open debut in September. That's a brilliant serve, isn't it? He's just smacks of positivity in all that he does, doesn't he? And for one so young, taking on the tennis world at sort of 16 the way he did here when we first sighted him, to take the title was really special. So a point for what would be 2 successive games then for Niels Vink at the top of your picture. Sam Schroeder trying to play the match on his terms, at his pace. Little psychological games going on here. Just missed that one.
Maybe that breeze just taking it the wrong side of that tram line.
Niels Vink holds on, wheeling out to a 2-1 lead, grabs his towel and heads back to his base camp, feeling pretty good about what's just happened, having won the last 2. Well, it's all very quiet, isn't it? No spectators this year. Shame, really, because these guys respond to having a lot of people courtside just elevates the atmosphere a little more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And I'm sure a lot of people would be loving watching this tennis. It's a fantastic level of play on show.
At the age of 1, Niels came down with a bacterial infection, almost died, lost both of his legs, fingertips and various patches of skin as a result. And he ended up taking up wheelchair tennis at the age of 10, really quite late. And when you consider that he won here at 16, it's quite something. So Sam Schroeder, the top seed, serving at 1-2 in this first set. Staring into the dazzling sun here in the East Midlands. Beautiful final state.
It's been such a contrast of conditions, haven't there? We've gone from Thursday being blistering heat and no wind to pretty chilly temperatures and very, very windy, and now just a little bit of a sun poking through those clouds. Much nicer today.
Yeah, we're all in a bit of a somber mood, aren't we? What with the pulling out of Andy Murray in the men's singles at the Olympics, that was sad news. He'll still contest the doubles with Joe Salisbury, but also Ash Barty losing as well. That was a real shock. I don't think anybody saw that one coming to Sara Sorribes-Tormo. That's a loop he was running a lot in practice. That forehand angle into the Vink backhand on a regular basis. He was honing that one prior to the match.
We did get some British success though. Liam Brodie won through his match, a late minute call up and taking full opportunity, didn't he? Got that victory in 3 sets in just over 3 hours.
With Andy Murray, makes you wonder whether it was because he was due to play Felix Auger-Aliassime in his first match. That was always going to be a very physical contest, wasn't it? And he now sort of made way for the lucky loser, Max Purcell of Australia.
Who beat Felix as well.
No, he didn't.
He did, yeah.
Wow.
I think he downed him in straight sets.
Whoa. Schroeder holds on. Really spreading the play off of his forehand wing. We've seen several cross-court. That one spiked down the line. He brings parity to the opening set.
He's so good, isn't he? Just being able to open up the court, uses that lefty forehand, and it's so hard for Vink to get on that stretch and defend well with it. And then he just leaves that down the line forehand, which he just doesn't miss. That's his bread and butter, isn't it?
Yeah, their games kind of mirror each other in a way, don't they? Both big serves, big forehands. Now, how will Vink respond? Schroeder using all of his years of experience, not that he's old, he's only 21, but just the older than Vink anyway, putting that ball in a really awkward position on court.
You do get the sense as well with the conditions that down one end they're really getting the benefit of the wind. It's coming through the court a lot more, And I think Vink's down the end where he's just against the wind. It makes it tricky.
Love 14.
3 break points for Schroeder.
Okay, Schroeder.
It's a brilliant return game from the elder of the two Dutch.
Schroeder leads 3 games to 2.
He'll feel really good about his plight right now. Look how keenly he struck this. Accuracy and pace.
It's that forehand down the line return that's causing all the damage. I think that's about 4 clean winners that I remember already.
You can see the player just warming up using the bands. When you're in a chair, of course, so important to keep that upper body really, really strong. These guys, a lot of them are really quite hench, aren't they? And you think of Gustavo Fernandez. And never a gym too far away from Gustavo. So Schroeder, well, he beat Kim Kyu-seong in his first match, having received a bye in the opening round. That was 6-love, 6-love, and then he downed David Wagner of the States, the 4th seed, 6-4, 6-1 in an hour and 28 minutes. For Vink, took out Brian Barton in his first love and 2, and then Sugeno of Japan, who himself beat Andy Lapthorne, the 2nd seed. So he took Lapthorne out at the bottom of the draw, and then Niels Vink beat him in the semis, the Japanese 4 and 2 in an hour and 25. Just updates you with their route here. But both have been fairly mercenary, hitting the ball very well throughout. Serving out 3-2 then Schroeder.
Love 15.
There's that dangerous arcing forehand, rainbow-like in its flight path, just kicking off the court so viciously on landing. Now you'd imagine, Anna, on the basis of what we just saw there, that this serve might go very wide.
Tried the same thing with the backhand though, but Schroeder was ready for it and came back with a great defensive forehand, getting that depth and spin.
Another bullying barrage of forehands from the younger of the two Dutchmen. Wind's picked up a little as well. Beautiful combination, isn't it? The knife slice and the vicious racket head speed off that forehand wing. And he's got a couple of break back points, has Niels, as a consequence of all of his good work here. Anna, I want your take on this. I'll ask it at the end of the game, a question about the forehand of Niels Vink. I'm really curious. It's something that I'm a bit perplexed with. Oh, what a response there. He's loving that one. Really wide. So I'll do it now. So Niels Vink has a vicious racket head speed and almost quite a Western grip, and it's so fast and furious. You sometimes wonder, is that the sort of thing you would endorse? I mean, what I'm trying to say is, it just looks very hit and miss. But when he finds it, it's great. But sometimes, would you teach a smoother forehand? I would, I think.
I mean, that's a good question, isn't it? I think it's one of his biggest weapons, isn't he? The damage that he can do. And sometimes you think, well, have you got to be brave with that shot? The backhand is steady. Do you really want to create a weapon? And that's what he's got in that forehand, isn't it?
He has. Sometimes you look and, you know, it's spellbinding, isn't it? But when it misses, you think, should he temper it down? But there we go. Another glorious winner. What a return game from Niels Vink. Very, very special. And the defending champion is back on terms here as we head through the belly of this opening set. What a really good game that was. Nothing between them again. Yeah, it's just, you know, my son actually does exactly the same, and I'm sort of like, do I sort of settle that down a bit, trying to get him to be a bit smoother? Because a lot of my sons go out the back, and I end up volleying them back, thinking, you know, what's he doing? But it's the modern game, isn't it?
It is. There's just so much aggression. I think you see from both players that they're just wanting to be aggressive. They're wanting to dictate. They're not happy to just put the ball back in the court. And that's really been the evolution of wheelchair tennis, hasn't it? A lot of the times you saw previously, they were happy to have these long rallies, but that's completely changed. They just want to rip the ball.
Yeah, and even these guys with 3 limbs disabled, you know, incredible power that they generate. Very, very nice. Back from where the serve came with a nice injection of sweet timing and pace from Sam Schroeder. Nonchalant strike, but really effective. All these players, Anna, you'll endorse that. They've all got a contact point well out in front of their body and their chair, because that's where they're strongest. Again, telling length there from Vink. He's lithe and racing snake lean, isn't he? There's nothing to him. He's wheeling that chair around like a ghost. So quick. That is next level right there. Vicious, Nadal-esque topspin from Niels Vink there. Really getting hold of this. Take a look at this back behind.
Do you know who his forehand reminds me of?
Dan Evans? Yourself?
Oh, well, I wish. Don't think I generated half that racket speed. Alfie.
Yes,
that
Alfie Hewitt.
Speed.
Yeah.
Just the topspin and the aggression.
Great call. Nicely timed from Schroeder.
That's one thing that Schroeder has as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
That he can just hold it so well. He just holds it, takes a little pause, can go either inside in or inside out. It's so hard to see.
Yeah. This is high quality quad singles right here. This game has taken quad singles to the next level, hasn't it? It's really evolved out here. Schroeder is now got himself another break of the Vink serve. He's 4-3 now. It's been a match just imbued with vicious racket head speed, great ball control, good intensity, and it's just, yeah, it's taken the game to the next level, where years ago, if somebody had racket head speed, it was a little bit almost freakish in this category, wasn't it? But now these two, yeah, both bring it. And if you don't, you're in trouble, frankly. Is that Shingo Kunieda just getting warmed up in the background there? Maybe not. No. Certainly Michael Scheffers on the left. The Dutchman. So can he hold on to his 4-3 lead here in this tight first set? Whoa. Playing for the spoils today, the title, the kudos, bragging rights back home against fellow Dutchmen. And more importantly, the money, the world ranking points.
Is this a preview as well of a potential gold medal match at the Paralympics that we're seeing as well?
Really well said. I overlooked that. Yeah, bang on, bang on.
You'd have to say these two guys are the favourites.
What about Dylan? Dylan Alcott,
Well, he's
the world number one, because
yeah.
in fact these guys are, you know, Sam is actually 2 in the world, isn't he? Dylan Alcott's the world number 1.
He's definitely going to have something to say about it, but he's going to have to play some good tennis the way
Yeah.
these guys are looking.
He will do. Of course, Dylan Alcott is the Australian, known as the Wizard of Oz, and such a terrific guy. We were talking about him before we came on air, weren't we? Just such an extreme extrovert character, just great to watch. He'll be playing doubles alongside his compatriot Heath Davidson. And Dylan, of course, won a couple of weeks ago at the Wimbledon Championships, downing Schroeder in the final in straight sets. I commentated that match, and it was very, it was an unusual dynamic, because Dylan was just so out there. Yes, come on, Dylan, after almost every shot. And poor old Sam was, you know, just Sam. He's just quiet, very low key, very unassuming. Dylan wasn't trying to intimidate. It's just the way he rolls, you know. But it was an unusual dynamic. 2 more extreme personalities you will not find on the tennis court. Well, Vink, who hasn't let Schroeder break away for long, hauls this one back to level, and they're locked in at 4-all. And I guess, viewers, you'll be thinking, well, aren't we due a tie break here? This is so close. It seems to be heading that way.
That body serve is so effective, isn't it? When you just get it turning into the chair, there is just nothing you can do about it, and especially in this wind, the ball just takes it and pulls it long and wide.
Wow, using every square inch of his opponent's court there, Sam Schroeder really spreading the play beautifully. Look at the accuracy here.
I mean, he just finds the line, doesn't he?
Hours on the practice court, working these patterns of play. He's pleased with that. A nod towards his coach. Super timing again from Schroeder. Backhand return whizzing off.
It's just a little flick of the wrist, isn't it? And all of a sudden it's just kicking off the court like a mule.
Yeah. That is one big return game from Schroeder. Back-to-back winners from Deuce. How about that? To cement a 5-4 lead in this opening set. It's been swaying all over that place, but real quality tennis. As you see on the left hand there of Sam Schroeder, the pad that is between his hand and the wheel, and it's that seems to take all the strain on the push. And that, we're told by his coach, Jupp Bruns, who was telling us yesterday, he came and said, guys, thanks for speaking so highly of Sam. We really value it. And he was saying, by the way, I'll just give you a little bit more information about him. You know, this is a contraction that we evolved over time, and it works really well for Sam. But of course, in the early stages, we were a little hesitant whether it would work. But using this block between it stabilizes his hand, and I think that's a big feature in quad tennis. Having that hand strength is not always there. We said with David Wagner, he's only got 30% of strength in his playing hand, and you know, he has to tape viciously his hand to the racket to stabilize on contact. So that has added a lot of stability, that device, to Sam Schroeder's game. I'll tell you what, he's playing some serious ball here. He's now going to serve for this opening set after 35 minutes. Another clean winner from inside the court. And he's chest pumping again. Been a brilliant set so far, hasn't it? So many winners from both. He's mixed up his spots with his serving. A lot of it's gone out towards the Vink backhand, and it's been a well thought out, well executed strategy this in this opening set from Sam Schroeder. 2 points away. That's a late call. Niels won't like that too much. He stared down at the lines judge from the other end of the court, but it won't be overturned. After a very high quality first set, the top seed, Sam Schroeder, world number 2, really brought the level right up, playing some excellent tennis. He secures the opening set, 6-4 after 37 minutes.
That was pretty impressive, wasn't it? Such a high level of tennis. Just looking through those stats, the first serve percentage of Schroeder, 82% of first serves in. Fantastic stats. Again, just looking at those break points and how clinical he was. 4 out of 4 taken.
Yeah.
Can't get much better than that, can you?
Yeah, and he conceded on his own serve 3 times as well. And, you know, we speak about serve. It's kind of habitual in able-bodied tennis, isn't it? Not such an advantage in you know, wheelchair tennis because the contact point's so low, of course. But that is an immaculate set, isn't it? 4 from 4 break points, as you said. Really quite something on this sun-kissed scene out here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. It's just been glorious weather today, and several of the finalists warming up on the adjacent court 5 on the left of our picture there. But Vink, with plenty to ponder, the defending champion, under threat here. He'll have to win the next 2 sets if he's to turn this around, and he's out keenly to start set 2. He didn't do that much wrong. He broke the Schroeder serve thrice, but conceded 4 times on his own delivery. I'll have to up his level of serving, you feel. Well, that a little reckless, perhaps indicative of the fact that he wants to come out uber aggressive to keep Schroeder off, but he's at the tougher of the 2 ends serving. Here's Niels.
It's like you mentioned before, it's trying to find that balance between that aggression and then just coughing up too many unforced errors, and he's not quite got that balance just yet.
That's what he wants. He wants quick fire points going his way, and they've been hard to come by because of the solidity of Schroeder over the last few games. Well, a little background for you. Sam Schroeder's gone deep in multiple tournaments this year, but yet to win a title. Niels Vink, as we said at the top of the programme, has taken 5 titles this year already. Can all of that confidence through so much winning get this young 18-year-old Dutch back into the frame here.
And I mean, there's that return again. He's just been so dialed in, whether it be the forehand and the backhand. He's just seemed to find the line every time.
Yeah, that has underpinned his success at the moment, hasn't it? That return of serve has just been otherworldly compared to his partner, his opponent. Just been streaks ahead in that regard and solid elsewhere. Off to a flyer again, Sam Schroeder. Building on all of that good work in that opening set. Breaks serve immediately. And it keeps the scoreboard pressure on the young 18-year-old. Just so keen, as all youngsters are, isn't he, just to make amends and get into this set. You sense the dynamic he's under, don't you, Anna? We've been there so many times as players and coaches ourselves over the years. And what would you advise him to do right now, Niels Fink?
Probably just try and rein it in. See if he can just cut down a little bit on these unforced errors. He's got to try and get Sam working for those points again, doesn't he? You don't want to let him feel too comfortable because Sam's just looking very relaxed, very assured.
Ball girl in the background's been here over the last couple of days, working very, very hard, running around, picking up balls, helping these guys on finals weekend here. Well, you sense now that Sam Schroeder, due to his pace and accuracy and consistency, is getting to the next level in his game now.
He's really stepped up, hasn't he? Just in these last 3 or 4 games, you just sense there's been a change.
That'll slow him down a little.
Just looked like he got caught in 2 minds there, didn't it? Wasn't sure whether to go backwards or forwards, and then just didn't end up going anywhere, and the ball ended up bouncing 3 times.
Yeah, not like him, very indecisive. That was a really big point, because Vink is just fighting as hard as he can to get back in here. If Schroeder can sort of hold on at the more difficult of the two serving ends, then he can sort of reach more free-flowing parts of his game again. It's a big moment in the overall. Oh, that's really keen angle there. It stayed so low as well. Fighting for his life there, bringing that one back to deuce.
He's just started using that shorter slice as well a little bit more. It's been really effective the last 3 or 4 points.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I thought Schroeder's shot prior to that was excellent as well, such good length, but that is a timely drop shot from Niels Vink. With his back against the wall, he gets back on turns early stages of set 2.
You heard that roar as well. He knows how important it is. Couldn't let Sam Schroeder start running away with this and get that 2-love lead.
All 6 of their last matches have gone straight sets, and only 2 of the 6 for Schroeder. Well, like all players, as soon as he made contact, he knew it was spilling long. You heard of what he thought of it. Well, he's excelled today, Sam Schroeder, in the department of his return of serve. It's been so much better than Vink's at the moment in terms of effect. Good determination from Vink, who knows it's a must-win set for him. So he's really maxing out right now to try and weather the Schroeder return storm and turn these points around. Here are the church bells. I'll be back in a while, Anna. I've just got to make the service.
They've been going off quite often, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
There's that down the line return again, isn't it? We've seen that countless times today.
He's at it again. Brilliant. Well, he was immaculate in that opening set. 4 from 4 breaks of serve. Well, Schroeder has got another opportunity here. Little hesitancy from Vink, and Schroeder breaks serve again. A set 2-1 to the good then is the top seed in this year's British Open quad singles event. I don't think, Anna, that pressure of the moment will come into this one because there's no spectators around. It just has a sort of slightly lower key feel about it as a consequence, doesn't it? So I don't think that's a factor, the sort of, you know, mental tension, if you will. And but the tennis has been very good, hasn't it? So Schroeder, it's interesting to see if he can hold on here.
It has been a really high level from both players. You maybe feel like Sam has just managed to find another gear that he's really kicked into from 4-all in that first set. And Niels has got to see if he can match it. But there's definitely pride on stake today, despite there being no spectators.
But it's been tough for either player to kind of break away and stay away and create a lot more daylight between the other one, hasn't it? They've been sort of, you know, nipping each other's heels really quickly. If one responds with a break of serve, the other one has immediately bit back. Now is this the chance that Schroeder can really up the level and accelerate away, and he'd dearly love to leave Niels in his rear view mirror about now. To do that, he would need some really good serve and sting. Yeah, that's a terrific set play right there from Niels Vink. Getting it up so high, just jumping over the racket of Schroeder. One of the big pluses, of course, of topspin. Can smack at the ball really hard with that rainbow arc. It's going to dip down obediently and kick like a mule. Getting the forehand into play on a regular basis now is Niels Vink, and starting to boss the court. Again, a little indecisive from Sam Schroeder. Vink stays in touch. Well taken, really nice strike, because Vink was poised, but that had too much quality on it.
Again, he's just, you can just see here, pauses, see when Vink's making the move and just hits into the opposite corner. Must be so frustrating.
Yeah, it felt like a sort of penalty taker there, didn't it? Waiting for the goalie to commit almost. Talk about that, should we? Being English.
Still a bit of a touchy subject.
Yes. Well done, spreading the court nicely.
Using that slice backhand again, isn't he? Just getting it down low, so Schroeder has to hit up and then just able to get that forehand into play. Game from Schroeder. He breaks again. This tense encounter. It's
been yo-yoing all over the place, such as the quality. Schroeder it is again, with a slender 3-2 advantage in set 2. Just deciding to keep his energy up, just in case they go the distance. It's still really tough to pick a winner, given that sort of Vink is defending his title here from a couple of years ago. And he's looking at times very, very determined and unleashing the ferocity of that big forehand. But Schroeder as well has been that little bit more consistent and steady and stable when he's needed to. Still, you sense a lot of tennis to be played in this second set. Egberink in the background there, just having a good old practice session alongside Scheffers. Perhaps they're travelling en masse, the Dutch team.
Quite possibly, just trying to get in a little bit of practice before they're going to their next tournament or back home.
Yeah, there's been a lot of support. There's a lot of camaraderie in the Dutch camp, which is lovely to see, isn't it? They all help each other out nicely.
It's been like that as well in the English camp. Everyone's been around here watching all the support staff that they've had, created a good atmosphere.
Stripped of any time on that third shot there, Sam Schroeder. Such a high quality return from Vink. It came whizzing through towards him. Rarely see a wheelchair player that's not absolutely ripped around the chest and shoulders with all the work that they have to do on a daily basis. Nicely taken, full of disguise, just coming around the side of that forehand beautifully. And again, he's causing problems on return games. Picks him off. Really nice strike from Schroeder.
Maybe could have looked to have done a little bit more with that short ball. Left himself too much work to do, too much open court for Schroeder to hit into. Well, can he get the welcome breakaway here that he needs? Big point here for Sam Schroeder in particular. Can he hit the afterburners about now?
Super play. Managed to get a lot of forehands hit in that rally, did Vink. Stunning. Just rolled along the floor on landing that one. Vink breaks again, and Schroeder denied. Thought he was kind of looking really good with a point for 4-2 there, unable to get to that scoreline. So Vink back on level terms once again. It's been a familiar pattern in this match, hasn't it? Schroeder's been breaking away and then not quite pegged back. Now, what of this youngster? Can the defending champion get himself ahead? Nice. Just when he thought he was doing well, just to get a racket on ball there, he just flicked his wrist down the line.
I was going to say it. I'm pretty sure Niels Vink thought he'd hit a pretty good serve there, and all of a sudden it came back with interest.
He's at it again, isn't he? The quality of return first strike is unbelievable.
He's done so well to regroup as well. The disappointment of having that game point to get 4-2 up. But all of a sudden gives himself another chance. Love 30.
Stopping the run of points there, Sam Schroeder with a fiery forehand return. That was 3 in a row for Vink. Another fearsome return of serve. When he does that, he's unplayable. But it's high-risk tennis. Just trying to take that forehand of Vink's out of the equation by getting the first strike in. Brilliant, absolutely stand out. He's chest pumping again. It's for a set 4-3 lead now, Schroeder.
Can he finally get a hold on the board? He's done so well to break, but is he just able to convert this advantage?
It's been the sort of tail on the tape from start to finish, hasn't it, so far, this one? He just hasn't been able to break away. You sense he's been marginally more consistent all match than his opponent, who's been just a little bit sort of flairier, a bit streakier. But when it's really come to it, Sam's just struggled to, you know, really break free that many would feel he's deserved. Credit to Niels Vink, who's kept scrapping away and hauling it back to level, looking really keen with the energy and body language. Defending champion has been bold and insistent here. He's determined to turn this one around. What else has he got in the tank here at the end of the week? Really good defensive play there from Schroeder, who was under pressure but managed just to get the ball out of the strike zone of his opponent.
Niels Vink's not giving this up without a fight, is he? Anytime Schroeder just gets a sniff of a lead, he just manages to claw him back. There it is again. Just that forehand really just leans onto it, doesn't he? Well, a couple of those Vink forehands needed air traffic control, didn't they? They were up to the moon and back. Wow, and loaded with spin. I can't believe how Schroeder got them back, frankly. Got a little bit of deja vu from that previous game point that he had a 40-30 on his serve again. He just pushed that backhand wide. Serve was so loaded with spin that it just fell away onto Vink's racket there. Stayed very low, rendering unattackable.
Well, he had 30 love in this game. Now he's got game point. Could really apply the pressure if he can hold on here.
There's that short slice again, isn't it? It's just so effective.
Yeah, and it really complements the Vink game, doesn't it? When you couple it with that looping forehand, it's very difficult to know where to base yourself as an opponent as a consequence. That's just missed, though. So another game point opportunity here for the top seed. Well, that's a brilliant game from Sam Schroeder. I thought he was out of the point a number of times there, but showing all of his defensive prowess, he does very, very well and holds on to a 5-3 lead. Just a game away from the title here. Takes his time, goes for his towel, just wheeling off stage momentarily. That was a terrific game. Just bobbled over as well. Look at that.
Always need a little bit of luck, don't you?
Yeah, and it's a tough one for your doubles partner to take, you'd imagine. So the generous racket of apology from Sam. They've been all business, these two, today, commendably. It's been a terrific match. And that's gone as well. Sam Schroeder then within striking distance. So after an hour and 22 minutes then, top seed Schroeder has a championship point, 3 of them. Can you believe it? Vink misses and Schroeder comes through. He swept the singles and doubles and has come through this all-Dutch clash to secure the title, his first ever British Open title for the top seed. Sam Schroeder, what a day for him. What a day for Dutch tennis, frankly. The 21-year-old coming through, and it's a really nice embrace from his coach, Joep Bruns. He's so pleased with him. Look at that. Lovely moments. I'd spare a thought for the younger of the two Dutchmen, the 18-year-old Niels Vink, who was so close but just lacking a little bit of repeatability and consistency on the day. But it was a real treat to watch, wasn't it, and a really good tennis.
It really was, really high level from both players. Sam Schroeder maybe just the more consistent out there. But Niels Vink, what a star he is already, and what a future he's got.
So the presentation ceremony will just be underway within moments. Kirsty Thompson on the left behind the marks to present the prizes. We've been blessed today so far, given the forecast early part of the week. Saturday and Sunday were due to be quite a rain-off, really, but it's been terrific. Really nice out here. That was some performance from Sam Schroeder, who really did grapple mentally with putting the match to bed. It was not easy at all. He needed his second match point, and well, many thought that Vink was going to hammer that one away as well, and we could still be here, but in the end there's just a few too many errors from the younger lad in blue, and Schroeder in all white with his Wimbledon outfit came through, the left-hander, in some style. 6-4, 6-3, hour and 22 minutes. So that marks the conclusion of our opening.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone, we are about to present the winner's trophy for the British Open quad singles final here in Nottingham in 2021. First, your 2021 quad singles runner-up, Niels Vink. Now please show your appreciation for our winner, your British quad, sorry, I'll start that again. Now show your appreciation for the British Open quad singles wheelchair tennis champion, Mr. Sam Schroeder.
So the quad singles champion then, Sam Schroeder, as the top seed. What a week it's been for the 21-year-old left-hander from Holland, downing his compatriot. And we're going to hear from him any second.
Congratulations, Sam. I've got to ask you, how special is it winning your first singles title this season and second career Super Series title?
Yeah, it's incredible to win this title today. I've had some tough opponents on my side of the draw this year, but yeah, really happy with my second Super Series win, first title of the year. So I think it's a great way to finish off the tournament and go towards Tokyo.
Absolutely. I'm just going to give you a stat, if you don't mind, from your first set, because you won't know this yet. 82% first serves in. That's amazing. And 4 out of 4 break points as well. Just shows how strong you were in this entire match.
Yeah, I think I really stepped it up with my serves today. Usually my serve is more around 50 to 60%. So yeah, I was really happy with that percentage today, and I think that showed in the game and the way that I could play aggressively.
What also did you make of the fact that this is the first quad singles title championship featuring an all-Dutch pair for the first time in this tournament's history? So not only are you winning your first, singles title, but you're also making history as well.
Yeah, I think it's great. Both as Dutch players went into the final today. I hope to play a lot more finals against him. So yeah, I'm really happy with the win today.
And also, would you like just to say a few words in English to your coach and friends and family back home?
Well, first of all, I want to thank my team, everyone back home, my family who is watching now. Second of all, of course, Joop, who is here with me, who's been with all the tournaments helping me. Without him, I couldn't have achieved anything. And of course, I want to thank Camille, Rian, Peter, and Frans. You guys know who you are. You know what you're doing for me. So thank you all. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Sam Schroeder. Yeah. You are the British Open Quad Singles Wheelchair Tennis Champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, lovely moments to remember. There's his coach, Joop Bruns. He's saying, wheel around the other side of the net there. We will have some nice selfies together. And wallowing in the moment. And why not? These guys work so hard as players, teams, backroom staff. So there's our order of play. We'll be bringing you, having concluded with Sam Schroeder winning the quad singles event, it's going to be Dieder de Groot, the top seed, who takes on the third seed, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. That'll be in about 5 minutes' time, so don't go too far. Join us for that.
Hello everyone, the time has come for our second final of the day at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham. The women's wheelchair singles top seed Diede de Groot of the Netherlands facing the top-ranked British player Jordan Wiley in the women's singles final, having last met at this year's Wimbledon Wheelchair Women's semi-final. Can two-time British Open champion Diede de Groot fit in another singles crown to her double success from yesterday, or will Jordan Wiley secure a third British Open title? Please give a big hand to our British Open finalists on centre court, Diede de Groot and Jordan Wiley.
So one final down, two mouth-watering finals to bring you. This one, the women's singles final. Tapper rackets, all very COVID friendly. Jordan won the toss, elected to receive, so it's going to be Diede de Groot to get this one underway as we begin the warm-up. 24-year-old from Oudewater in Holland, ranked 1 in singles and doubles. With the big imposing game that she brings, she's already secured 6 titles this year, has Diede de Groot, and began her wheelchair tennis career at the age of 7. Started playing on the ITF Wheelchair Tennis Tour in 2009 as a junior player. She's won 11 Grand Slam tournaments, including 3 wheelchair women's singles Australian Opens, Wimbledons and US Opens. And in 2019, Diede completed her career Grand Slam when she won the singles title at the 2019 French Open. She won the doubles yesterday against today's opponent alongside Annika van Hout. And Jordan, of course, was playing with Lucy Schucker. Let's take a look at the British athlete, Jordan Wiley, 5 years senior to her Dutch opponent today. Twice British Open champion in 2015 and 16 is Jordan. And, well, she's had a few really good wins to get here. Downing Tanaka, the Japanese, in 3 close sets in her opening match. And that kind of set the tone, really, and she's been getting better and better as the tournament's unfolded. Then she downed former world #1, who's been resurgent, got her ranking back up to 12th in the world, Jiske Griffin. That was 6-2, 6-3, an hour and 16 minutes with 6 breaks of serve for Jordan. Then she downed Annick van Koot, the fellow Dutch partner of Diede. That was 6-3, 6-2 yesterday in an hour and 16. Took 6 breaks of serve and only lost serve twice herself. She has been on form, but the top seed in your picture has chainsawed through so far. Had a bye in her opener, then down the American Shelby Barron. Love and love. That was a real statement of intent to the rest of the draw. And then just dropping a single game to Dana Matthewson in her semi-final. So that was just 46-minute win and a 55-minute win for Diede de Groot. Broke serve 5 times against Dana, and she's just dropped, as I say, that single game all tournament. So she's been imperious throughout, hitting the ball beautifully. And you do sense that this is a really tough ask for Jordan, who is very familiar with playing against Diede. Their head-to-head stands at 12-2, and Jordan won back in 2016, both their matches, 2 of the 5 appearances in that year. Diede de Groot, I can tell you, has won 11 straight matches against Jordan. So Jordan, you sense, is going to have to do two things really well today. She's going to have to serve very well and get off to a really good start, because once Dida gets ahead, she's such a good front runner. It's really hard for her to get an in. Anna, your thoughts?
It's going to be a tough one, isn't it, for Jordan? Like you said, that head-to-head record is not in her favour at all. And Dida has looked incredibly impressive throughout. Just dropping that one game en route to the final. Crucial that Jordan gets a good start out here, tries to get a little bit of momentum and put Dida under a little bit of pressure, otherwise she could run away with it.
Yeah, so Jordan's only 2 career wins today against de Groot came prior to the Rio Olympics. De Groot became the first wheelchair player to hold singles titles at all 4 Grand Slams. And as I say, that was all done and concluded at Roland Garros in 2019. She's the only player to deny de Groot's bid for the Grand Slam 2019. It was a countrywoman, Annika van Goot, who beat her in the women's singles final at Wimbledon a couple of years ago. But Dida's won all 4 slams in her possession at the same time for the 2nd time in her career, having won her 3rd Wimbledon title earlier this month. She's on course to become the first wheelchair player to win a calendar year slam after winning the first 3 majors of this year, and also on course to become the first wheelchair player to complete the Golden Slam should she go on to win the Tokyo Paralympics and the US Open. As I said, she's an 11 times Grand Slam champion, is Dida, so quite something. And she's following in the footsteps of her countrywoman, Esther Vergeer, is Dida de Groot. So Jordan Wiley will have a really tough ask here, an uphill mountain this will be. That said, Dida's quite a coy, low-key kind of figure, and you sense that she sort of shuns the spotlight really, and she can have these little mental lapses, can't she, where she gets a little bit tight or gets ahead of herself and freezes up a little bit from time to time. So confirmation of this one then, women's singles wheelchair final. Dida de Groot, the top seed, takes on the 3rd seed, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. Paul Hand and Anna Smith to take you through it, and it's Dida de Groot to serve first. Well, we spoke of that, didn't we, in the warm-up? Jordan there really middling that forehand, just what the doctor ordered. Good start for the British player. That's a terrific back behind from Dida de Groot. She's won the last 3 consecutive points now. Terrific slices from both players there. Dida de Groot with a run of 4 successive points to hold on to her opening serve. Now this is something that Jordan needs to do very, very well, as Dida is imposing, moving round, wheeling round at speed here. Just trying to stamp her authority early in this one, you sense.
It's just that 1-2 punch though, isn't it? That big return down the middle. And then all of a sudden she's just able to get onto that short ball. She's just so clinical. Great hand skills there from Jordan Wiley. It was a good return, deep, but showing that dexterity that she's got.
Imperative today that Jordan serves well. Got to keep the Dutch woman at arm's length and get that first strike in, because if she doesn't, Dida certainly will. Crushing length from the top seed, that one. Beautiful strike. Trouble early on for Jordan here. On a number of bossy forehands from Dida, secure the early break of serve, and she's making that early statement like she often does.
You really thought that Jordan was in control of that point. She was moving Dida from side to side, and then all of a sudden just changes in the blink of an eye, doesn't it? She's so athletic and so powerful, and already making a really quick start out here.
Just too much pop on the slice backhand. Sailed over the baseline, so she's now got a break point. Beautifully engineered from Jordan Wiley. She bites back immediately, and that is really good work from the British player. Superb, stunning forehand that secured the game.
That's what's been so successful the whole week, hasn't it, for her? She's just been timing that forehand so nicely. She's been so aggressive and so effective, and you do feel that that's going to be a big part to play today if she's going to have any success.
Yeah, we've got fresh eyes on the court now. Masks are donned for those leaving. And, quick swig of water for the Lions judges. They worked hard. They rotate a lot out here across these three finals. It's all very structured. They've done a great job, as have the ball kids for the second day running, and they're doing a good job because you barely notice them. There's only 3 on the court at any one time. But Jordan will be pleased with that. The forehand's firing, the serve's firing. She's on the scoreboard. In the last couple of matches, she's lost 6-1, 6-3, 6-4, 6-1 to Dida in the French Riviera Open and Wimbledon as well. Desperate to make amends.
That was a great second serve, wasn't it? Got that depth on it. Makes it hard for Dida to attack and force the error.
Left.
That was another great second serve, wasn't it? She pushed her off the court, but then she missed that open court with that forehand. She can't afford to do that.
Another buckling strike from the Brit. She's won the mixed doubles here twice with her life partner, Mark McCarroll, who's courtside playing with Jackson, trying to keep him occupied. That's a game in itself. Never a good time to hit one, but at least she's got the cushion of another game point, has Jordan. It's a powerful forehand. She hits harder than anybody on that cross-court tempo on a regular basis, Dida. When it's in there, it's hard to see many opponents winning the point from that predicament. Well, 40-15 becomes advantage the Dutch. Good length serve to keep danger at bay momentarily.
Makes such a difference when she gets that first serve in, doesn't it? That means she can try and dominate the point a little bit more, which is what she's going to have to do, especially on that serve.
Well, you think you've spread the court against Dida, but her end range control and power is so vicious that she suddenly snatches back momentum in the point immediately. It's a second break point opportunity for Dida here. Jordan going with the high play, very effective, loaded up with spin. These sort of games just so pivotal to hang with the world number one. Any sniff of an advantage, Dida de Groot will be wheeling away as she does so well. Such a good front runner most of the time.
She's been really aggressive with those second serves, isn't she? She knows she's got to come out here and give a strong serving performance.
Really spirited, competitive game from Jordan Wiley, the British number one. Excellent hold of serve there to bring parity to the early stages of this one. When Jordan's at her very best, she likes to carve under that backhand, doesn't she, and keep it nice and low and then attack with the forehand.
We saw that in her first match this week, didn't we? She very rarely hits over that backhand, does she? Uses that forehand topspin, but then pretty much all the time uses that slice backhand. Good to get that variety.
Yeah, there was a sense of inevitability about that, wasn't there? The way that she was building that so well, and Jordan unable to keep her off with a quality of defence, just landing slightly too short.
You do wonder whether maybe Jordan could try and use...
Oh, wow. Top draw off forehand winner from Jordan.
But you do wonder whether maybe could she try and hit over that backhand a little bit more. Maybe she's missing a trick there. That's something that Dida does very well.
Yeah.
Maybe Jordan doesn't quite feel as comfortable as she does with the slice.
Oh, that's the difference right there, isn't it? Jordan doesn't have one of those too regularly, that vicious acceleration on the backhand. So Dida the good holds on and leads just by the solitary game, 3-2 after 18 minutes. Bit of a lesson going on over in the background there. The Dutch very active on the practice courts before they take to the plane. Junior event, of course, starts today and tomorrow. The Wheelchair Tennis Championships here at Nottingham. Caught a glimpse of one of the young up-and-coming Japanese stars in the hotel yesterday, whose name escapes me. But they're all hitting plenty of balls.
Time.
Wow, sharp serving from Jordan. I wonder, Anna, whether the sort of body serve is a clever serve against Dida because of a vicious racket head speed when it's in the strike zone. It's either got to be into the body or very wide.
That's exactly the one you were talking about, wasn't it? She got what she wanted, she got that short ball. She's going to have to be a little bit more clinical on those forehands, but is she able to find that variety with the serve? Got to make sure she doesn't become too predictable.
That was nice. Jordan's slice, naturally, she sort of carves from left to right. The ball peels away to the left. And you saw Dida there having to just reach for it at the last minute, but still managed to crack a winner.
But that's where you wonder, would it be better if she was able to hit over it, be a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, that backhand now is getting a lot of traffic. As a consequence, it's being preyed on a little. Break point for the world number one. Good serve. Found it. Well done.
Just getting a little bit frustrated, isn't she, out there, Jordan Wiley? Just feeling the pressure that Dida's putting on her. It is pretty relentless, and it brings up another break point.
Oh, she's missed. Really well played. Just enough purchase on the slice backhand from Jordan that it stayed down nice and low.
She had it, didn't she? She had that open court, and we could just see her from outside our commentary box, just looking, praying that the ball was going to drop in.
Oh, the idea was so good, but couldn't quite clear the net. So Dida extends her lead and pushes towards 4-2, looking very imposing right now. Well, it's just that persistent windscreen wiper-like effect, isn't it? She's just got so much quality on her general rally ball. Hit with such pace and width. It's really hard work for Jordan to stay in these points.
She's just able to dictate the middle of the court. She just holds her position so well and gets Jordan moving side to side. Doesn't ever give up that space.
Well, a firm, decisive end to another bossy game from the world #1. She's enjoying herself out here and really getting to a very expressive place in what she does. You know how some games seem to fit hand in glove? Well, it's a little bit like that with this one here. She just seems to enjoy the matchup.
She does, and the onus is on Jordan to just try and find a way to change the rhythm, change the momentum, maybe try a different tactic out here, because she's going to have to do something, because as you said, it just seems to be one-way traffic at the moment.
She's tried really hard to use the slice back, and she's hit it well, but a couple of times just into the top of the tape, and had they cleared the net, it would stay down low and render it quite unattackable. But at the moment, she's just getting bossed. It's hard to see an in for Jordan in these and the longer the rally goes, the more bossy, as you said, Dida is from the middle of the court, just controlling the play. So good at doing that, but she's got so much firepower, hasn't she? She cuts a very assured figure on court, Dida de Groot.
She's just quiet but menacing, isn't she? She's just got that steely look on her face. Very, very businesslike.
Yeah, she's very busy, isn't she, wheeling around. Really hunting the ball. Wow. Again, another great example of the world #1 searing power, this time off the backhand. Oh, well done. Taken so early.
15-14.
The wind decided to blow just at the wrong time there on Jordan Wiley. So it is Dida de Groot who snatches the opening set just after the half-hour mark. 6-2. She's certainly set out her stall really professionally, hasn't she? She's come out full of intent, and as we look at the numbers, quite a declaration.
It was really bossy from her. That first serve percentage up at 79%. She's got to be happy with that, especially when she gets that first serve in. She's really able to dictate the point, whether that be with the forehand or the backhand. And just generally on those return games, she's not given Wiley a look in either. Wiley has got 1 out of 1, but you see that Dida de Groot creating 7 break points, so she's always getting a chance in those service games. It's tough. That pressure just builds up. It's tricky to deal with.
Yeah, and it bodes well looking ahead for Tokyo, doesn't it? With a performance like this against the world #4, it's been really bossy from Dida, and I think it's, as we've spoken and sort of discussed, the telling difference being the quality of the backhand wing from the Dutch compared to the British player. It's just got that little bit more on it, hasn't it, with the favoured topspin.
Well, she has that variety, doesn't she? She has that big forehand, she's had the big backhand, but then she's also able to mix it up with that slice backhand. She's got every shot in the book.
Well, Geordie's got plenty of fans courtside, and camp members, fellow Paralympians cheering her on.
Love 50.
Fine serve from Dida, sliding it wide. It's such a horrible feeling as a tennis player when you're playing against somebody from, say, the British perspective, and they've just got that little bit more on their rally tempo, the way that they play, because you always feel like you're playing catch-up, don't you? It's a sort of smothering effect.
Absolutely, it's not a nice feeling to feel that you've got to do something better and try and play even higher than your top level on a consistent basis. It does make it tricky, and it just adds that pressure, which then makes you overpress. And that's, I think, why we're seeing a few too many errors from Jordan.
Yeah, it's another signature strike from the world's very best. We must remind ourselves that she's the best in the business, Dida de Groot, in the women's singles game, and she's playing every inch like that right now, finding her spots with potency and control. It's been a really good showing from her in this title decider. The server, of course, the first and so far only British tennis player to win a calendar year Grand Slam in any tennis discipline.
Got a little bit lucky with that one, didn't she? That's what the frame's for.
Yeah. Well, either way, she's in a lovely place with her tennis. Is Jordan due to get married in February of next year to Mark McCarroll, who's courtside. Yui Kamiji is a bridesmaid. We spoke of that earlier in the week. Really well held from Jordan Wiley to bring parity to the second set. That's a great service game. She just needs a little help and a few unforced errors from the Dutch, doesn't she? And she needs to be at the ceiling of her game simultaneously as well.
That's another thing about Dida's game, isn't it? That she's just so consistent. She brings such a high level to each and every match. Really no drop-offs, doesn't ever give you too many unforced errors. You're the one who has to work for it.
Well, straining every sinew was Jordan there just to get that extra ball back, but just coming back with such interest from the Dutch. Look at this, when she's under pressure, taken wide, the quality that she can reproduce from that kind of position is quite spellbinding. Finds the centre line with that serve, spikes down another ace, and De Groot holds on for 2-1 in the second set, and a set to the good as well after 41 minutes played. It's really tough to see an in for Jordan right now.
It really is. I'm not sure quite what's going on in her head. What is she thinking? Is she thinking about how she can change tactics, or is she just thinking, stick with the same ones but just try and play a little bit better? What would you do?
What, from Jordan's perspective?
Yeah.
It's just, I just think it's really tough physically, isn't it? You know, De Groot is just so strong and imposing. Just try and make the extra balls and try and get more balls to her backhand for a start to get her, you know, to stop her bossing so much off the forehand. And she's got to serve really well. We've spoken of that already, but it's hard. It's hard. Nothing immediately springs to mind. You've just got to do everything as well as you can, really, haven't you? That's something I've given a lot of thought to.
Trying to find a weakness in a game, and
Yeah.
you consider thinking at the change of ends, and there really aren't too many.
And she's so good on the roll as well, isn't she? She's got a lot of wheel speed, has Dida, so she's onto the ball quickly and can really hurt you from seemingly anywhere. You know, it's almost like the wider she is, the more she kind of relishes that.
She's got that outer reach strength, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the upper body and in the wrist.
Yes. That's a shot that when Jordan's playing well, she gets that slice down low and out of the strike zone. But with Dida, it's become a kind of defensive slice that just sits begging, and it's just getting smacked on a regular basis.
It has. She's looking to use it more in a defensive phase of play rather than attacking, as she has been doing in previous matches.
That is stunning. Absolutely brilliant.
I think that's the first one she's hit over as well this whole match.
Yeah, she's had a few, but you know, they're the sort of risks that you're walking a tightrope, rolling the dice when you're playing somebody if you're going to take on, you know, shots like that, because they are so high risk. But it was beautifully taken. That's a really good hold of serve, and she gets a generous round of applause as a consequence of holding on there. Very good. Crowd really invested in this one, the slender crowd that there is. Well, the chair really gets the treatment, doesn't it? Really gets thrown around all over the place. She's one of those aggressive pushers, Dida. Evasive action. You'd think the wheel bearings would be under a lot of pressure here. Sometimes these guys play off sort of on one wheel, don't they, as they go side to side momentarily.
There have been a couple of times we've seen a couple of the guys out there moving so quickly they've sort of gone over onto one wheel and you think, are they going to topple over? But thankfully no one has so far.
Yeah, the 20-degree camber helps, doesn't it? Restabilize. I guess that's what it's all about. Just out of reach. Really well played, Dida de Groot. She holds on with a terrific last point. Arguably the best point of the match, this. Look at that. How does she get out of danger here?
I have no idea. You thought Jordan was in control of it. She hit a great approach shot. And Dida sort of hit it from behind her and just managed to get it over Jordan's racket.
Well, the way that she sits in her chair with a sort of long back and real sort of statuesque presence, it's an imposing style of tennis that she brings. It's very physical, and she has a lot of assets at her disposal, Dida. She's really taken advantage of them very, very well. I'll be curious to see her, you know, her program, the volume that she takes on, how much time she spends in the gym, whether she's working with a psychologist, you know, all those kind of details that players are very reticent to divulge to the media. You can understand, you know, they're sort of trade secrets kept under wraps.
Exactly. I'm sure she's doing a lot of hours on court and a lot of hours in the gym as well.
So Jordan serving then, a set down and 2-3 down. Both these two vying for a third British Open title today. Yeah, lovely serve and sting, the body jamming serve from Jordan, and she keenly stays in touch in this second set. Really good, diligent work from the third seed in the women's singles. Giving away 5 years today is Jordan. Beautiful silky hand skills around the neck, lovely. High skill level there from Jordan.
That's the danger though, if you don't get enough depth on that return. Dida can just move in and just lean into that forehand. Gotta try and be aggressive, get her out of that strike zone, get her moving somehow.
So perhaps Dida going through a little bit of a slump here. Jordan will probably be fully aware that now is when she needs to pounce. Easier said than done sometimes. But this is the kind of window that she'll have been looking for.
Those are the little chances, aren't they, that you've got to take in a match like this. The windows of opportunity. 9 times out of 10 she'd make that passing shot, but just under the pressure that Dida creates, she just got it off the frame. Could have had a break point, but now advantage Dida.
played. Nice back behind from Jordan. Still in this game. Yeah, just saw Jordan go out of her peripheral vision and went down the line instead of cross court. Yeah, there's definitely opportunity here, isn't there? You know, Dida's a little in and out right now.
There's been a slight drop-off in
Yes,
concentration and energy.
Yes, yes.
This
well
is a
said.
time that she's really got to hammer that home.
So it is easy to overpress, isn't it? She'll be aware of that.
You just saw before that first serve as well, Dida just gave herself a little bit of a talking to. Even she can sense that she's dropped off a fraction.
Well, that's a really good response, just in the nick of time, finding a way through a very tricky moment. Dida there. She was under siege by Jordan, but came out on top in the end. Now still leading, set 4-3, a couple of games away from the title, and doing what she does best, front running with authority. She seeks a 12th consecutive win over Jordan today. What would be a 7th title this year for Dida de Groot. Well done. Lovely serve and sting. She's got a gorgeous loose quality to the forehand. The way she sets it up, Jordan, and then just relax the way she pulls the trigger. Really nice technique. Well played, really commanding tennis from the British #1.
That's when she's at her best, isn't it? When she's just able to use that forehand, pulling Dida from side to side.
Oh yes, another searing winner difficult to read.
Just been a little bit more aggressive as well with that forehand in this game. Getting a little bit more pace on it.
Solid game, really standout.
Can she build on this in this returning game? Can she take that momentum with the forehand as well? She's got these new balls, going to add a little bit more pop on it.
Striking the ball brilliantly. She's got to really get her teeth in here before it's too late. It's a must-win set for Jordan. Looking very busy and difficult for our cameras to track. She's so aggressively pushing around. She's got a real purpose about her. She's been like it from the off, hasn't she? Very, very businesslike on court today, Dida. Efficient and really imposing her character and her will and her physical presence on this match very early, and she's not let up. There's been a couple of moments, you know, a couple of service games ago where Jordan had a slight in but unable to convert that opportunity, and now Dida looks ominous again, just a game away from the title.
Yeah, she does. It's been such an impressive performance. The whole week she's been incredibly efficient and effective. Just no letdown of energy or concentration or anything. It's been tough for anyone to even get near her. Jordan's just got to find a way to get through the service game. Can she just put that pressure on? But it's going to be tough. She's going to have to find some first serves here and get that forehand into play again like she did in that previous service game.
Oh, great body serve. Much needed at that stage.
15-30.
Dida's just sensing the opportunity here, isn't she? Turning up that intensity, really putting the pressure on Jordan. Can she respond?
Oh, that was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? A chair tangler from Jordan off the backhand, just in time, hauling the game back to 30 all.
The amount of racket head speed on that backhand, she just knifed through it.
So after an hour and 6 minutes, then Dida de Groot with match point. Oh, wonderful. A little bit of wizardry from the wand of Jordan Wiley. Yes, too strong. Another bullying barrage from Dida. So second match point.
Same match. Removed. 2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-3.
For the 2018 and 2019 champion Dida de Groot, it's a hat-trick of back-to-back British Open women's singles titles and a 12th consecutive win over Jordan Wiley. She comes through 6-2, 6-4 after an hour and 7 minutes, and that was one bossy match from the world number one.
That was impressive stuff, wasn't it? From that first point, she just didn't let her foot off the accelerator. Just got better and better. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, very commanding match, wasn't it, from start to finish from Dida, who, like you say, didn't step off the gas throughout. 4 breaks of serve from 9 break points engineered. Terrific showing from her. Really good.
That first serve percentage as well, up at 71%, not giving Jordan a sniff at any breaks of serve.
And only conceding once on her own delivery as well. So, you know, really, really solid. Just had more, didn't she? Particularly off that backhand wing, because Jordan has a good serve, good forehand. But today, I thought that that backhand was the telling factor, really. Jordan just slicing a little and just missing a bit more off that wing, where her opponent able to just create more damage as well as high percentage. It was a bullying display by de Groot. Jordan certainly put up a fight. So we have another match for you after this. It'll be Shingo Kunieda, the world number one in the men's singles, who takes on the world number 2, Alfie Hewitt. So that just confirms the conclusion of match 2 on finals day here at the wonderful Nottingham Tennis Centre in the East Midlands. One more blockbuster to bring climax to this terrific finals day.
Now it's time for the women's singles winner presentation at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. First up, please show your appreciation for our runner-up, Jordan Wiley. Now time for the three-time women's singles British Open champion here in Nottingham, Dida de Groot. Big smiles from you, Dida. I think that smile just shows everything about your performance. Now, let me read this to you. 11-time Grand Slam singles champion and now a 3-time British Open champion. How does that sound?
Good stats. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm especially happy with just my performance throughout the whole week. The level was pretty consistent, and yeah, I'm just happy to play my last tournament, prep tournament for Tokyo.
You talk about your consistency throughout the whole tournament. You haven't dropped one set. You've looked absolutely dialed in for every single match. How worried should the competitors be at Tokyo 2020?
Well, I think everyone should be worried, not just for myself, but for everyone else. It's the games. It's something special, and I think regardless of what match you're playing, who you're playing, it's always going to be intense. It's always going to be just exciting. So yeah, it's going to be good.
What was most pleasing about your performance in today's final, would you say?
I think Jordan played really well, and she really made me. I had to push really hard to get the points and yeah, to play my own game, and she did that very well. So it was a good fight.
And finally, what would you like to say to your coach, friends, family, anybody watching from home in English, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for watching. Thank you to all the organizers for organizing the tournament. It's not very easy with these conditions to hold a tournament, and I think you did a pretty good job. Unfortunately, there's no not competitors, people watching out here, but I'm happy that there's a live stream so people at home could watch, and everyone who likes to watch some wheelchair tennis. So thank you, and see you next year, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Everyone, your British Open Women's Singles Champion in Nottingham, Diede de Groot.
Well, nice to see the lovely, warm, friendly side of Diede that we didn't really see very much compassion during the match, did we? But no, lovely, warm interview, and very insightful as well from Anne-Marie, our MC.
We have had 11 volunteers on site this week helping with the smooth running of the tournament. They have all been absolutely amazing and have helped us to run a safe and secure event for all the players, support staff, event team and officials. Thank you to you all. It is a tradition at this tournament, thank you, yeah, for the round of applause as well. It is a tradition at this tournament to remember a long-serving British Open volunteer, Carol Bentley, who sadly passed away in 2018. This year's winner of the Carol Bentley Volunteer Awards has been on site every day this week. They have manned the front desk, taking temperature checks, helping direct people to where they need to go, as well as many, many other tasks. They have come up from London for the week, paid for transport and accommodation, and committed everything to make this week run smoothly. I'm delighted to announce and send my congratulations and everybody's congratulations to this year's recipient, Heather Richardson.
Okay, viewers, just to keep you posted, the men's singles final will be in about 15 minutes' time, 1:30 local time here in the UK. Shingo Kunieda, the world #1, takes on the world #2, Alfie Hewitt. That should be a real blockbuster. Do join us for that one in 15.
Good afternoon and welcome to our ultimate match of the day from the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships 2021. It is time for the men's singles final on centre court. Our top two seeds, Japan's Shingo Kaneda and Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain, know what it takes to win titles, having won 4 between them in 2021. Both won all their matches in straight sets and with similar scorelines at this tournament. And remarkably, this is their 22nd career meeting. So it is great pleasure to welcome onto centre court for the British Open men's final, Shingo Kaneda and Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, so an enticing all-seeded Anglo-Japanese clash then for the spoils between the two top players in the world. Our men's singles final. Chair umpire Ben Anderson in charge for this one. It's Shingo Kaneda who takes on Alfie Hewitt. No British player has ever won the men's singles title here at the British Open. Will Alfie be the first? This is their 23rd meeting. And Shingo leads the head-to-head 12-10 over the years. And he's been a 7 times British Open champion, the Japanese #1. Has won 1 title this year, whereas Alfie has won 3 titles this year. And the French Open, his most recent, followed up by the French Riviera Open as well. So he's playing some terrific ball to get here as Alfie. Didn't have the best of grass court seasons. He had to pull out of Queens with a bad back, due to take on Gordon Reid in that quarter-final match, but it didn't happen. And then lost to Gerard in Wimbledon, who of course went on to win the whole championships, the Belgian #1. But he's come back here and played some terrific ball. Indeed, they both have. Alfie Hewitt, the 2019 runner-up in this event. He's only dropped 7 games to get here as Alfie. Down in Gordon Reid, 3-1 in the semi-finals after 1 hour and 21 minutes. Prior to that, it was Stefan Houdet, 6-1, 6-1. That was mercenary. And before that, Ruben Spargaren of Holland, 1 and love. Kaneda, well, he's been tearing through the draw as well. He's dropped 11 games. De La Puente of Spain, 4-1. Scheffers, love and 1. Fernandez, 3-2. So, Alfie won the toss and elected to serve. "37-year-old from Chiba, resides in Kashiwa these days, does the world #1 and #6 in doubles. Just a solitary title for him so far this year. But he's the only player to retain the men's singles title at the Paralympic Games in 2008 and 12. To give you a mark of his pedigree, he's got 101 career titles over singles and doubles combined, including 45 Grand Slam titles to his name as Kaneda. And he's considered by many as simply the greatest male wheelchair player of all time. He had a 3-year, 106-match consecutive win streak and another win streak of 77 matches. So he really does have the credentials, this man, and that's why he is the world #1. Alfie Hewitt, who has been playing some unbelievable tennis to get here. He raced past the 2-time champion Houdet, 1-1 in his quarterfinal, as I say, and only dropped 4 games to his dear friend and doubles partner, Gordon Reid. He's a 5 times Grand Slam winner after claiming a hat-trick of Roland Garros titles, the last one being at the end of May this year. He's ranked 2 in the world right now, is Alfie. And he's 14 years junior to the man the other side of the net today. He had an unbelievable clay swing, as I say, back-to-back Grand Slam and Super Series titles, Roland Garros and the French Riviera Open. And that slid him up to number 2 in the pecking order on the world rankings. He vaulted past Gustavo Fernandez, who had to drop down one as a consequence. But they've both chainsawed Anna through the draw to get here. They're both hitting the ball really, really well. But for me, Anna, I don't know what you think of this, but Alfie, to me, I've never seen anybody moving so fast in a wheelchair. He has been spellbinding all week, particularly in doubles as well, alongside Gordon, but in singles, outstanding. And I actually have tipped in my mind that he's going to take Shingo today. But it's the first showing of Shingo on centre court, to be fair. We've not seen how good he's been playing, so it'll be interesting. Your thoughts?
It will be. Like you said, Alfie's aggression this week in the chair, just the pushing, and especially just the forehand and the backhand, the spin, the power, the intensity that he's been playing with is something to behold, and it's been a real pleasure to watch this week. But Shingo is number 1 for a reason, and he's not going to go down lightly. And like you said, this is the first showing on centre court, so I think this is going to be the blockbuster clash that we said it was.
Yeah, he's kind of slid under the radar, hasn't he? He's been out on court 5, just behind us, and you know, obviously playing some terrific ball. But it'll be interesting. He's got several ways to pick a lock, and he's a very, you know, experienced strategist on the tennis court. But for me, in terms of tennis purism, if you will, Alfie's been hitting the ball so well, and Alfie's won the last 2 head-to-heads as well between these two. The Australian Open in a semi-final at the top of the year, 6-3, 6-4, and in Roland Garros as well, in the final to take the title 3 and 4 against Cunheda. So it's going to be a belter if it lives up to its billing, this one. But it's the second British Open men's singles final for Alfie. Finished runner-up to Gustavo Fernandez, who lost in the semis to Cunheda here. That was in 2017. Alfie lost to the Argentine. He's won 3 singles titles. Cunheda just the 1. So it's all pointing towards Alfie for me. But it's never that straightforward, is it, trying to call a tennis match? He became the youngest ever men's singles world number 1 in January 2018, Alfie, aged of 20. And in November 2017, the youngest winner of the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters title at 19. But who can look past Cunheda with the 45 Grand Slam titles? His trophy cabinet back home in Japan must be absolutely bursting. And, of course, both of these guys, particularly Cunheda, because it's his host country, will be fully loaded and ready to give his all, you'd imagine, with that just weeks away. So, to remind you, Cunheda leads 12-10 head-to-head. Alfie's won the last 2. Is there a changing in the guard here? Will the young 23-year-old from Cantley and Norwich take apart the current world number 1 in Cunheda? Big opportunity for both today. Cunheda seeks an 8th British Open title. Alfie Hewitt his first in singles. Can Alfie Hewitt make history today and become the first British man to win the men's singles in this event here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre? company of Paul Hand and Anna Smith. Great to have you along. Let's settle in for this men's singles final. Alfie Hewitt to begin. Well, sensibly, both men really playing to the conditions. It's picked up the wind a little swirly. The dazzling sun is still out as well, so both picking big targets up and down the centre of the court to just feel their way into the opening exchanges here. Well, super way to secure the opening game for Alfie Hewitt with the ace. He'll be pleased with that. Strong serving. And as we can reiterate now, Anna, he has looked just so good all week. I found it tough to see past him, really, having watched him go play a number of times. Alfie's just played sort of front foot bossy tennis throughout, hasn't he, really?
He has. We spoke about it at breakfast, didn't we? Just talking about what we were expecting to see from this match. And like you said, you've been so impressed with Alfie, as have I. He's just been playing such aggressive tennis, very clear on his game plan and looking extremely confident.
So the man with 45 Grand Slam titles then, the best men's singles player to have ever taken to a chair. Terrific quality on that serve, spike down the tee from the Japanese. Well, a rhythmless start from Cuneda on serve. A couple of double faults and an ace. It's been rhythmless for Alfie, who's yet to touch the ball. Must feel kind of weird out there.
You can see him though, he's on the prowl, always moving like he has been all week, just ready to pounce on that return.
He's been tireless, hasn't he? Yeah.
Like a tiger.
Yeah. Shingo's ploy is obviously to serve very aggressively today, and it's come at a cost so far. Down on the second serve, trailing 15-30 here. And that was quality, really deep.
The racket head speed as well. You really saw the ball just fly off the racket, kicking up into the backhand, making it tricky.
Good play from Alfie, the back behind, at pace as well. Cuneda, as quick as he is, unable to do much with that situation. So, first break point of this men's singles final. He's all at sea, isn't he?
He is, he hasn't just quite found that range just yet.
No.
Whether it's the ball toss, just really not found that rhythm on that first or second serve.
And he's at the better of the two ends as well, with the sun on his back. That's a fine finish from Alfie Hewitt. In keeping with the rest of his tournament so far, he romps out to a heady 2-love lead with a really bristling forehand there. Backhand return, such high quality, just enabling him to really get the first blow in there. High quality forehand in defence from Hewitt there.
Just looks so confident out here, doesn't he? Just the start, looks determined, focused, very businesslike.
Yeah, everything's got that little bit extra on it, hasn't it, this week for me? He's looked outstanding. Very nice from Shingo.
That's more like the Shingo that we know, isn't it? Just that return and then just getting onto that forehand so quickly and so precise.
Terrific. Has confidence to take it at its apex and hits through it with authority time and again.
It's that strength as well. It's pretty high up, almost above shoulder height. The speed and the racket head he's able to generate is just something else.
Another clean winner from Alfie Hewitt, this time off the backhand. Well, he's owned the opening 3 games out here, Alfie Hewitt, playing some really, really aggressive tennis from the off. After 11 minutes, he has a heady 3-love lead.
He doesn't look like he's playing out of his comfort zone either, does he? He just looks very within himself, just very repeatable. Shingo's going to have to come up with something different out here, because Alfie's really in that rhythm and seems in a great headspace as well, doesn't he?
He does, and we've got the luxury of the little red gazebo courtside, so we can really get a feel of just how physical these players are. And I can tell you that Alfie just is burning rubber. He is putting that chair through its paces all the time. He's so physical with it, pushing and pulling it all over the place so vigorously. He's so keen to get set and in position early, which gives him multiple options, and he's hitting the ball viciously off of both wings right now. Tough to see an in for Cuneda, who started very anxiously, serving sort of nervously as well. It's going to be a tough ask for the Japanese to get a toe hold in this set, because now he's serving into the sun as well this end. Well taken. That should settle him down a little. Needs to get a game on the board, the Japanese. No matter who you are, it's a horrible place to be when you've nothing on the scoreboard.
Especially in a final as well. You've already got those extra nerves. You want to try and settle them as quickly as possible.
Taken nice and early again.
31.
Wonderful timing on the backhand return.
13, 15.
Just taking it so early, isn't he? You know exactly where it's going. And again, it's that push forward, isn't it? It's just creating that momentum, and then it's just able to rip it into the open court.
Yeah, 3 points this game, 3 winners. High quality drama. Again, you can hear the warm applause courtside for Alfie Hewitt there. Another high quality return of serve. They won the doubles, did Hewitt and Reed. Another title to their burgeoning list. What a way to fend off breakpoint with a really early backhand winner from Shingo.
It's having to be that good, though, isn't it, to stave off Alfie Hewitt here?
High tempo exchanges. Hewitt again coming out the right side of that one. Just that little injection of pace that he has more than Kunieda at the moment. Quite apparent here on centre court at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. Hewitt breaks serve again and has been relentless from the start. He's got that very focused look in his eye and he's pushing aggressively, making good decisions. It's a heady 4-love lead for the second seed, Britain's Alfie Hewitt. Everything he does at the moment just seems to have just that little bit more zing, a bit more chili on everything. Ouch.
Prime example.
Yeah. Barely put a foot wrong, and of course that's what happens when you get that sort of heady 4-love lead. You know, you can start free swinging.
The confidence is flowing, isn't it?
The scoreboard's working for you. Your opponent's got nothing to show. He's unsettled and anxious. Well, that was a great length from Shingo Kunieda there, finding the baseline. If nothing else, he's got to get something on the board for the second set. Even if he kind of writes off this first. Another fine serve from Alfie Hewitt. Kunieda with a wry shake of the head in frustration. He just cannot find an in right now. Have to wait for the storm to blow over. Oh, just perfection. Back-to-back aces from the second seed, and he is loving his time out here on centre. Really terrific showing from Alfie Hewitt. He's one of these competitors that finds a way to bring out the best in himself under the utmost of pressure. Having won the French Open, I think another big, the 5th big slam to his name, and it must have done his confidence so much good.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also, it's hard to believe that he's only 23, isn't it? The amount of success and the experience that he already has at such a tender age. He just looks so confident and so calm and so assured out there. It's easy to forget that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's playing with the maturity of a 33-year-old, frankly, isn't he?
Absolutely, he is.
Spare a thought for Shingo, because this is not a nice place to be, a place that he will be familiar with over the years. He's very experienced, you know, the greatest of all time in the men's singles game, but, you know, coming towards the twilight of his career at 37, Alfie in his pomp, feeling good, very strong, young, vibrant, hungry. The back is certainly, the target is on the back of the Japanese, that's for sure.
We all know how quickly tennis can turn around, though. A 5-love lead can suddenly be gone in the blink of an eye. Alfie's got to make sure he maintains that concentration and that intensity, especially when you're playing against someone like Shingo, one of the greatest of all time.
Winners abound out here on centre. Alfie Hewitt with back-to-back aces to secure the service hold. Now a backhand winner off the return. He can do no wrong, seemingly.
Didn't even seem like a bad body serve, did it? It jammed him up, but just those hand skills to get out of the way of the ball as well.
We've had the bells ringing now. We've got the aircraft, the helicopters overhead in unison. Nice serve, very good response there. That one winding away from Hewitt. Only just missed. Positive strike.
You can see the frustration on his face as well. Even when he's 5-love up, doesn't want to miss a ball.
Yeah, he knows he wants to shut the door on this set here now, not let Cunheda get entrenched in it. Good length serve from the Japanese. He liked that ball and wanted the same one back. Well, good for him. A couple of really good aces there from Cunheda, and salvaging a little bit of pride, puts a breadstick on the scoreboard. That'll help his confidence just to settle a little in these very adverse conditions against a young 23-year-old who's seeing the ball like a football right now. Super strike. He's done that well all match, hasn't he? Served well, got on top of it quickly. Not entrenching himself in too many long rallies with the world number one. quick fire points all round. Haven't had many rallies at all, have we?
Not at all.
So
We've only been out here 26 minutes as well. The first set's almost done.
Yeah, telling return from Cuneda. Alfie Hewitt unable to do more with the backhand. He was under a lot of pressure. So Shingo is in and he is starting to raise the bar slowly. He'll go back and readjust his towel over there to break back points for the world #1 now. Alfie yields for the first time in the match. Cuneda breaks, but Hewitt still with a 3-game cushion. But you do sense now that the world #1, just the shoulders starting to drop, and he's settled now.
There's starting to be a little bit of a shift, isn't there? It was so hard for Alfie to be able to keep up that level that he did in those first 5 games. It's always going to drop off a fraction. And then it was all about whether Cuneda could be there to take advantage of it, and he has been so far. Can he just get this next game on the board and at least try and make Alfie serve for it again? Really just keep piling that pressure on him.
Yeah, his serve's been erratic, hasn't it? He's obviously, that's been one of the goals, to really go at it to keep Alfie off, because Alfie's quite renowned for his quality of return of serve. So Shingo's doubtless just really hitting hard and as deep as he can, but it's come at a cost. He's hit several double faults already. Really feeling the pressure. He's got a stash of refreshments there, anticipating a long match ahead, no doubt. But he's utterly professional, and it was him that really took this game to the next level in so many areas. He's had a lot of analysis done on wheelchair tennis and how he can learn, move forward, take it to the next level, constantly evolving over the years, been on tour for an eternity, somehow still at the top at 37 years of age. Serving with new balls then at 2-5.
You could really hear the British camp just encouraging Alfie Hewitt, see if he can help him over that line in this first set.
Well, you've got to love the flight path of that backhand. It's just gorgeous to watch in its rainbow look, as it does normally obediently dip down into the line, just spilling along there, but Cuneda with a slight lifeline. thought Cuneda had the upper hand there with that early cross-court backhand, but Alfie Hewitt with some sterling defence. And with all of that good work from the British number one, he's engineered a set point opportunity just the other side of half hour played out here on centre. It's been quite a set for the second seed. Well, a masterful set of tennis from Britain's Alfie Hewitt. Second seed in this British Open, wheeling around. He's played some really dictatorial tennis, keeping Shingo Kunieda well and truly under wraps, stifling the Japanese really from the off here. Can he keep it up? The question on everybody's lips courtside. 6-2, Hewitt after 33 minutes.
What a set of tennis that was, wasn't it, Paul? So bossy. And if we just look at these stats here, surprisingly down at only 50% on the first serve. You felt it was better, I think, just because he was so clinical behind it. And then just the amount of opportunities again that he's able to create, breaking 3 times compared to the 1 from Kunieda. That set could have easily been 6-love, couldn't it?
Yeah. And the 3 aces as well. You know, it's been high risk serving from these two because they understand each other's quality of return. So just trying to get the first strike in. It's been a good advert for that kind of tennis. Remarkable tempo that Alfie Hewitt set in the opening set. Can he keep it up? There's bound to be a little deviation off of that pinnacle that he's on right now. Kunieda, with all of his skills and mental strength, will attempt to find a way in.
Fantastic way to start the second set. He's going to need more of those, and he's going to have to call on all his experience here to make sure he stays calm, to find a way to turn this match around.
Good tenacious defence from Alfie Hewitt there. Wheeling so aggressively around the back of the court. Often out of our picture.
There's that speed again, isn't it? You really didn't think he was going to get to it. And even when he did, he was able to hit such a quality shot.
Very firm game from Hewitt again, in keeping with the overall theme of this match. He's been uber aggressive and continuing with that thread early stages of set 2 here. It's just been a no-nonsense showing, hasn't it? He's shown signs every time he stepped to centre court, Hewitt, in singles and doubles. He's just had that stone-faced look of a man on a mission, who wants to go out on a high here and take that kind of form to Japan. the Olympic Games, the Paralympics, I should say.
No one's going to want to face Alfie Hewitt, are they, in this kind of form?
Nadal-like with the bottles.
It really is. He's taken the bottle down at each end, just needing to find some special magic in those bottles to try and turn this one around.
Please switch this.
The early forehand from Cuneda as he furrowed up to the net there, just stripping Alfie Hewitt of any time to respond. Asking more questions of the world number one again is Hewitt here. Well, he broke serve 3 times from 5 breakpoint opportunities in the opening set, only conceding once on his own serve. Now he's got 2 more breakpoints on the Cuneda serve, has Alfie. Oh, snappy response from Cuneda there. Lovely spike down the line. Took it so early. Now can he hold on with one more like that? Clean winner on the second break point of the game for Alfie Hewitt. He's up to his tricks again. It's a 4th break of the Cuneda serve. Things really looking up for Britain's Alfie Hewitt right now.
Cuneda just looks a bit bereft of ideas out here. Everything Alfie Hewitt has an answer to. Can't seem to find any weaknesses in his game today.
Everything done with such purpose, hitting with such width, opening the court, 10 out of 10. So far, it's been a spellbinding showing from the second seed. Oh, Cunheda read that one. He thought Alfie might go for the back behind, hung there, and then just ricocheted one of those dry volley backhand winners. Stunning tennis. What's amazing is he's just not allowed Cunheda barely an in at all in this, has he? He's just been bullying points.
But it doesn't even look like he's playing his best tennis either out here. It just looks very simple, very easy.
Clinical winner again from Hewitt. And a mirror image of that opening set. He's wheeling around the umpire's chair with another 3-love lead. Set 3-love now, 45 minutes played, and this is lopsided, this men's singles final. Certainly living up to its billing from British fans' perspective. Japanese fans will be sitting very uncomfortably back home watching this.
You just saw as Alfie was wheeling to the net, you could just see him keeping an eye out on Shingo, just seeing about the body language, and you could just see slightly slumped shoulders from Shingo, couldn't you? He's just looking like, what do I have to do out here to even win points, let alone games?
Yeah. It's been a belittling sort of match, hasn't it, really? And it's horrible when you're on the receiving end of this kind of treatment, but you know, as we said, can Alfie keep it up to see off the opening set? He did that. He's now a set and 3-love, and he is absolutely, you know, wheel spinning away in this final, isn't he? You know, Cunheda now almost a little speck in his rear view mirror. Can he keep it up and see this match off? An incredible level. He set the bar so high, even the world #1 can't live with him. They'll be concerned back home with the Paralympics upcoming. Oh, do behave. He can't put a foot wrong.
That was silly, wasn't it? It was a good drop shot from Shingo. And then the no look forehand kept his head down.
Yeah.
Shingo had no idea where he was going.
Oh, he's read that as well. That is otherworldly from Alfie Hewitt.
It's almost like he's a step ahead of Shingo, knows where he's going to hit the ball before he's even hit it.
Just incredible display of tennis. It's just been utterly absorbing and a completely compelling watch. As British fans will be mesmerised by this on their TV sets. Alfie Hewitt now 2 games away, and he's just played an absolute blinder. Better couple of returns from Shingo there. A little bit more aggressive. Yeah, good defense from Shingo Kunieda there at full stretch. Did well to turn that one around. And now, from nowhere, 3 break-back points for the world number 1. Just in the nick of time, Kunieda pierces the bubble of momentum that Alfie Hewitt's engineered. Gets on the board in this second set. That was timely and could be very, very poignant. Is this the start of what might be a massive comeback for Shingo Kunieda?
That was really the first sign that we've seen of any slip of concentration, wasn't it? And it wasn't really that Alfie played a bad game. Shingo really stepped up there, but he just hasn't been able to do that consistently enough.
Well, we speak, don't we, a lot about sort of walking the tightrope as a very aggressive player, you know, for anybody that plays this kind of way. But Alfie has been on the right side for the majority of this match so far, and just the odd little blip, you know, you can forgive him for that. It's just been, you know, an incredible level And the audacity to take on the world #1 and just, you know, rip at him like this, you know, it's quite courageous, isn't it?
When you play this style of tennis, though, especially if you're being this aggressive, you're going to have to accept the fact that errors are going to come.
Kind of comes with the territory.
Exactly. It's just a case of if you're making sort of endless amounts of errors, then you're going to have to maybe rein it in. But with the way Alfie's playing, it's just something else today.
It's going to be interesting to see, you know, whether he can get across the line playing the same level of aggression, or whether he might just sort of shift down a gear. But that would enable Cunheda an in. So he's on the board in this second set, the Japanese, the world #1, serving 1-4. That's a really high skill level. Very difficult to play a drop shot of that kind of quality when the ball's coming at you so fast. Gorgeous hands. Well done. Alfie Hewitt will be kind of getting a little twitchy at this stage because he knows he can't let Cunheda take root. Otherwise he really will bed into the set and that'll be it. Very nice.
I think it's always an interesting aspect of tennis. You know, if you were to come and look at the score and think 6-2, 4-1, you'd think he's pretty in control. But if Cunheda was going to get this game back, all of a sudden, just that little bit of momentum. It's a funny thing, momentum in tennis, isn't it?
Certainly is emptying the tank on serve, isn't he? I've never heard him, you know, grunting so loud. Throwing himself at the ball toss to try and get maximum injection of power to keep Hewitt off. 2 game points for Cunheda. Yeah, well done. Really, really strong defences. It's tough to breach the defences of Alfie Hewitt. He's been wheeling around with such impact here. Cunheda still with a game point. That'll feel comforting for the Japanese as he throws the balls back. Holds on, nibbling away at the scoreboard arrears. But what do you do against this man who's been immaculate in defence as he has in attack pretty much all match? Still, he's just lost the last 2 games, Hewitt. What will unfold here? 4-2. Too good. I don't think I've ever witnessed a wheelchair tennis match with so many clean winners.
I don't think I have either. But that's just the mentality that both of them have, isn't it? They just want to be so aggressive.
And another. Cunheda asking the questions. Hewitt responding emphatically.
But they don't mind if they make errors, do they? That's the thing. They'd rather do that than just push the ball back in the court.
first little chink of doubt on the body language of Alfie Hewitt in an otherwise near perfect match. Oh, look at that. Brilliant shot. Even better reaction.
He knows how important this game is, doesn't he? If he even lets Shingo get a sniff, 4-3 compared to 5-2 is a big difference.
Great return from Shingo, right under the wheels of Alfie Hewitt at pace. Well, this has been a wheelchair tennis treat to watch and be part of. Incredible level. A determined draw from Alfie Hewitt, who just wants to turn off the lights for Cunheda. He's wheeling towards the light switch now. Can he dim the room? Shut the door on the Japanese world #1. He's just a game away now as we head into the second hour on this men's singles final. It's been quite a showing from this young 23-year-old.
It's been so impressive, hasn't it? From start to finish so far, it's just been relentless. Just aggressive hitting, but very controlled as well. Doesn't look like he's out of his comfort zone. Looks like he can just repeat this ball after ball.
Yeah, it's been a very special performance. And, you know, to be able to rouse yourself at home, you know, with no spectators as well, in a time where we've never seen a British men's singles winner. It's quite incredible the way that every time history's up for grabs, Alfie seems to find the answers.
Takes it with both hands, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He really relishes those kind of opportunities, you know, where most mere mortals might cower down. He just steps up, takes it on.
Yeah, he rises to the occasion. It's a special kind of person who's able to do that.
At this stage, you feel nothing but sympathy for the world #1 because he's just been belittled. It was a nice early backhand angle, wasn't it? He's had to take those kind of risks, Cunheda. But he's been outplayed for much of this match. Clean beat. Still, if anybody can find a way back in, Shingo can. Ooh, that only just missed. Alfie Hewitt edging closer to the spoils. Good hold from Kunieda under a lot of pressure on a difficult day for the Japanese. He's still fighting his heart out here. Nothing's been easy for him today. You can't really say he's been off colour because he's just been tamed by Alfie Hewitt, frankly. He hasn't been allowed, he's been sort of smothered all day. It's not that he's underperformed, it's simply that this man with the headband has been exemplary. Too good.
He's been trying to find a way, but there's just been nothing that's able to penetrate the Alfie Hewitt game, is it?
Yeah, the moment of truth. Can the British number one hold on here and rewrite history? Shingo giving him time to think about it. Saluting every point, Alfie Hewitt, at this stage. All of the experience, winning 7 consecutive Grand Slam men's doubles titles should bode well here. Super play.
He's just been able to find those spots on his serve, hasn't he? And then it's just set up that forehand.
Three championship points for Alfie Hewitt. Wow. Such high caliber tennis all round. Second match point opportunity for Alfie Hewitt. He must be thinking, not now, Shingo.
Yeah, don't turn it on now. Can he make it 3 clean winners in a row?
Rolling the dice as he's hanging on by a thread. Third match point. Can you believe it? He's found that one as well.
Who saw this coming?
How will Alfie respond? That's a good, deep, telling serve from Alfie Hewitt, who with that landed has now a 4th championship point. Again, it's Alfie Hewitt who rewrites history today as the first ever British men's singles British Open champion. He came, he conquered. The fearless warrior, totally orchestrating affairs out here on centre, dismantled the world #1 in some style, coming through 6-2, 6-3. And this bodes really well for the Tokyo Paralympics. Alfie Hewitt through in an hour and 10 minutes of spellbinding tennis.
Wow, I don't think anyone quite saw that coming, did they? That was just such an impressive performance from Alfie from start to finish. Absolutely relentless, and he's got to be so pleased, and everyone with him in that British team has got to be so proud of him. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, it was just mesmerising, wasn't it? You couldn't take your eyes off it for a second, even at the death of the match there. Shingo just suddenly with 3 unbelievable return clean winners. You know, they've just taken the game to another level, haven't they? Where, you know, years ago it might have been slower rallies and what have you, but this was vicious racket head speed all the way through, and the intensity that they played at and kept up with was just something else.
I think that was what impressed me so much about Alfie today. It was just that intensity that he had from the very start, the way he was just able to maintain it throughout the whole match. We're out here for an hour and 11 minutes and there really wasn't any drops of intensity or level or even concentration, you'd say.
Yeah, Shingo was throwing himself at serves as hard as he could, up and out, and his chair was lifting off the floor because he knew the quality of the Alfie Hewitt return was gone through the roof over the last couple of years or so, and he had to, but to no avail. He was just completely swamped by British brilliance there. It really is a lovely moment to witness, and Alfie should be very, very proud, beating the world #1 at the expense of just 5 games. Needed a 4th match point to put it to bed, and he might have got just a little nervous there. You heard him sort of whimper, well done Shingo, because golly gosh, what needed he to do to actually get to the victory? But no, it's that's taken wheelchair tennis to a whole new level, setting the benchmark very high, these two. So we're ready for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, I think that was a brilliant match between 2 exceptional players this afternoon. It is now time for the awards presentation at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Your 2021 men's singles final runner-up, Shingo Inida. And now, your British Open Men's Wheelchair Singles Champion of 2021. Give a huge round of applause representing Great Britain, Mr. Alfie Hewitt.
trying to get that sponsor in the background. Yeah, I can. Yeah, very good. Previously the same as yesterday, the one we did it over there. Alright. And then just one, I've got to do one right here.
Dead on 3 o'clock as the clocks chime in the background. You've got Mr. Alfie, who's got a big smile on his face. This is your 4th singles title this year. I mean, the list of achievements just runs off my page. But did you know you're the first British man to win the British Open men's singles title here as well?
Yeah, I know. I've seen some of the tweets been going around, so I felt a little bit of pressure today coming on court. It's my 2nd time being in a British Open final. Obviously wasn't victorious last time, so I wanted to I guess, rewrite history and put my first, or be the first male player to win this event.
How does it feel making history?
Yeah, no, it's great. I can't believe how well I played, to be honest. I've had a great week, played really strong in other matches, but to come out and do it in a final against Shingo, who's an incredible player and makes it really difficult for you. Yeah, just really amazed how well I played.
Paul and Anna said in commentary they couldn't believe how many clean witters both you and Shingo were hitting. That just shows the high quality that was played in this final.
Yeah, definitely. I think that both of us played probably some of our best tennis. I think he'll be disappointed in some of the rallies. He maybe had some opportunities, but I think I put the pressure on him from the very first point, served really strongly and made it very difficult for him to settle.
Serving at 5-3, I felt extremely tense for you. How did you manage to hold your nerve?
Well, at 40 love I was pretty chilled, I think, but then at Choose, when he hit 3 return winners, I was starting to get a little bit edgy, but I just went for it really on that first serve, tried to hit it as hard as I can, and thankfully they both went in.
And finally, would you like to say a little few words for your coach, your coaches, anybody watching, friends and family at home?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to thank Dev. He's been doing a lot behind the scenes, but also I want to thank Ben, who's been with me this week. See Donna Andrews and Helen Davis back home who are part of my team. The rest of the LTA lot who are here, they've been doing a pretty good job also, and Harriet, my family, who have also been there and been with me these last this week, I say, in the journey. So next one is Tokyo, which will be exciting, and it's a good tournament to finish on, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, your British Open men's singles wheelchair tennis champion, give it up for Mr. Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, what a day that was. Terrific, and a lovely sort of climax to a brilliant week for the British #1, Alfie Hewitt, making history today. Superb and done in such style. So that rounds up the action then on finals Sunday here at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis. Just leaves me to say thanks for your company, viewers, and do join us hopefully next year for the same event. And I guess that's all. Thanks for your company, and thank you again to the terrific LTA team back of house to enable this event to unfold in such trying times. They've been superb, and thanks from Anna Smith for working for me, Paul Hand as well, and Anne-Marie Batson as well as our MC. So a really terrific week, and All the very best. We'll see you in a year. Bye for now.